Good morning, friends. Welcome back, everybody. It is Wednesday, my dudes. How's everyone doing today? I'm just pouring myself a cup of coffee. That's gonna be the end of my coffee. Oh, that's the end of it. Drip. Drip. That's okay. It was bound to happen. How y'all doing, friends? We got David, Tetra, we got Matt, we got Bradley, Darren. Welcome, friends. I'm glad you're here. I am glad you're here. I don't have much planned for today's stream. Aside from we're just gonna grab some light roots, infiltrate some Yigas. Just normal stuff. You know, normal stuff. Oh, that's a sword. That's a sword if I ever saw one. Already had a coffee? Yeah, it's because I've already been drinking coffee. It's not a lack of coffee. It's just a lack of. It's the same amount of coffee I always have. It's just that I already drank some. So. Oh, I left myself a pin there. How nice of past me to do that. Squeeze also welcome. Welcome. Okay, let me just look at my inventory for a moment here. See what things we have. Okay, cool. Lots of things. Lots of things. I should use some of them hearts though. Probably. Let's eat some food. Eat some food for Link. Have a drink. Have a drink, Link. And we'll just sure, this one looks good too. Here's some fish. And yeah, just a little apple. Some mushroom. Looks good. Link is feeling good. Look, he's feeling good. He's feeling great. Yum. Yes. I realized I had the sound probably a little too loud there, so sorry about that. Let me know how everything sounds and looks and feels now. You know. I'm just gonna yoink. I'll be taking that, thank you. A mug of soup. Soup time. Get you some soup. You deserve soup. Soup good. What kind of soup, actually? What kind of soup are we talking about? Freaking love this. Oof! I just whacked my knee on my desk. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. There we go. It was feeling a little too close to my chin. I was feeling like I was gonna whack it with my chin. Favorite type? You know what? I'm a tomato soup guy. I'm right there with you, Darren. I love a good tomato soup. I'm a simple man. Oh, he's got the armor. Okay, alright. He's got the old armor there. I picked up a hammer, apparently. I'm just gonna take this. Thank you, sir. Alright, this guy. There we go. Alright, what do we got? We can break it with this, or... yeah, we'll just go with that. Enjoy your death, sir. Cool. And likewise to you. Oof, oof, oof. Potato soup. I mean, yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. A good potato soup is good. Absolutely. I'm also I like a lentil soup as well. A good lentil soup is good. My cat is having a little mini freak out downstairs. I think she has yet to come to terms with the fact that I am upstairs. Poor girl. What is this, a rock hammer? Oh, I didn't need to throw that one away because I have space. For once in my inventory, we have space. So I might just well, let's see. But we'll have that one. Oh, but I want that instead, actually. But I'm gonna keep the hammer here because I saw some Zonite. We gotta break some rocks. We gotta break some rocks. Oof. All right, here we go. Oh, hey, whoa, that's a nice one. We got a good one too. A nice attack bonus. All right. All right, all right. Very nice, very nice. Bomb flower. And then there's another one over here. What's he gonna have? I thought I saw Zonite around here. Am I crazy? Wait, I missed a Poe. I can't just leave him behind. This one Poe? Well, I assume it. I shouldn't assume it's a him. Could be anyone. I can't just leave one Poe behind, though. That's just unfair. It ain't right. Okay, well, I guess I am ditching this hammer. Grab whatever they got up here. A knight's broadsword, really? Oh, actually, it has a nice little attack buff as well. All right. I just don't like the desperate strength perk, but however, just as like a junk weapon or whatever, it's good. It's good for that. Like a weapon I'm not too worried about holding on to, you know? All the weapons. Yes, I just want to carry more weapons. Is that so wrong of me? I got some good ones here. Jeez, look at this. Oh, a pristine Royal Claymore with silver Lionel Saber Horn, and we got a durability buff, and then that's got that Flurry Rush bonus on it, so that's good. Ooh, that's a good one too. Well, no, this is the good one, the real good one. This one too. I'm loaded with good weapons here. Not to brag or anything, but I've been have a few good weapons. Tetra, I know you couldn't really make it for the stream, but you said you were watching the VOD from not last Saturday, but the Saturday before. How was that? How was it? Did you enjoy? Did you enjoy? Ooh, bomb flower. AKA the cat game. Yes. That game was really fun. I really enjoyed the game. I need to sit up a little. I'm like slowly like sitting back and sliding out of frame. By the end of the stream, you won't even see me. I'll be down like this by the end of no. It's a pretty short game, but it's, you know, it's cozy, it's cute, it's fun. I liked Stray, for example. Speaking of cat games. But like Stray had like a novelty to it, because it was like, oh, you know, you're a cat, and that's novel, right? But what I found with Stray is that like you could take the cat out of that story and you would still have like a really good story, which isn't a bad thing. It's not a bad thing to have a really good story, by the way. But the story doesn't like really necessitate the cat, as it were. The cat is just sort of like a nice novelty for the story. What's up with this? There's just a hole here. But with Little Kitty Big City, it's very much like they leaned into the cat aspect of it more. Like that game wouldn't work if you weren't a cat, if that makes sense. Whereas like Stray, you could make work with a different protagonist in theory, because the story is really about humanity and the robots and stuff. Yeah, anyways, it's interesting to think. I really I like both games a lot though. This is not me knocking on Stray. I enjoyed that game a lot. I really did. I'm just more saying like it's neat how these two games approached things differently. We found a Yiga hideout, and by found I mean I marked it on the map a week ago and decided to go there. Here. Decided to go here. Do they got any devices? Don't you come at me with your flamethrower car thing, flamethrower unicycle. Whoa, hey. So focused on the other guy that he's really laughing. He really wants to just run me over with a truck. Okay, alright, big guy. Okay, I'm caught. I'm stuck in the car. That was interesting. I think Tears of the Kingdom would work if Link was a cat. Absolutely not. No, maybe. No. Maybe. But maybe not. This guy with his frickin' flamethrower unicycle. What a fun little jingle. What a fun little jingle. The other guy's still trying to kill me, though. Where he at? Where he at? Where he at? I'm gonna just grab this bow while I'm up here. Poe! There he is. Okay. I think that takes care of that. The ancient hero's kind of cat-like. That's a good point. That's a good point. Oh. That's some strong tarp. To stop an arrow like that. It's pretty impressive. Thank you. I don't need more of those, but I'll take it. Yay. Ah, sprinkler system. That's what I needed to fight Mukto Rock last week. Although, you know what? The, what did we use for? It was like just some hydrants on, construct heads, right? Yeah, like that. So, I mean, that didn't work out too badly. That actually worked out really quite well. Thank you. I'm eager to learn more about the incredible new power that has captured Master Koga's attention. It is said to be an ancient power that can construct transportation machines in an instant, no more making them by hand. According to Master Koga, the designs used by this wondrous skill can be found somewhere around here. If that's true, Then we can recover the knowledge of the ancients and learn how to make all sorts of useful marvels. I hope we find it. The research team on the surface will be so jealous. They're working on something similar themselves. Glory to Master Koga. Very interesting. Now what? Well, we'll just keep going into the depths. I guess there would be a light route about there. Roughly about there. Softly about there. Oh, you know what? This is already built. Let's just grab this. I just need something to, okay. Needed something to get over the gloom here. Wee-hee! Huh? There's that light route. I don't think it would be, but they don't know that. So yeah, it was never gonna work for them. But you know, the Yiga are not, they're not the brightest bananas in the bunch, you know what I mean? Lincoln Wind Waker's more cat-like because he goes meow. Right? Am I right? Is that what you're getting at, Matt? I'm just gonna glide on over. Gosh, the vibe down here is so good. I will never stop loving the vibe. Yeah, actually, that's true, Darren. They did, I believe. That was like a... I think that's what he's called in Japan still. Like generally speaking, we call him like Toon Link. But they call him something to the effect of Cat Eye Link. That's hysterical? That has nothing to do with hysterectomies. I mean, yeah, it's funny. It is funny. Bing. Map. We got some map. And here's my question. What do you think goes on over here? What do you think goes on over here? I kind of wanted to go check. I kind of, you know, just to see. I can't walk straight to it, but we'll go around. We got rockets. Oh, we got rockets. Oh, rockets for days. Woohoo! Beautiful. Sweet, beautiful rockets. I freaking love the rockets, man. Thank you. On the coffee brand, I can only dream. I would love to work with. Okay, so I've seen some Okay, so let me back up, because sometimes I start trying to like talk about something, but then I forget like to give context to what the hell I'm talking about. So let me back up for a sec. I've seen a lot of content creators get yeah, Matt's trolling. There's no coffee brand. don't listen to him, Tetra. But I have seen a lot of content creators, actually, even gaming content creators, have those coffee brand sponsorships. Like, I can't remember. There's one that, worked with like Wolf Den and beat 'em ups, and it's like almost like not a subscription service per se, but like they ship it right to you, right? So, and, apparently very good coffee roaster, but they're in New York, and those creators are in New York, and I'm not. So I mean, you know, there's a thing there with that, but I would love to work with a sponsor like that. That said, I have 0 sponsorships on the channel as of the speaking. I was gonna say as of writing this. I'm not writing anything as of speaking this, but if I were to get one, I can promise you I'll never work with G Fuel. But well, for one thing, I don't like energy drinks to start with, but for another thing, they have sponsored many content creator that I don't agree with the morals of, including openly transphobic content creators, things like that. You know, things like that. So I won't work with them, but and I also will not take money from Raid Shadow Legends after my experience. And by my experience, I mean sort of being a second party to Jesse's experience working with Raid Shadow Legends. Who, I mean, by the way, no one actually plays that, I don't think. Like, every content creator under the sun has gotten a sponsorship offer from them, I think. But none of them actually play that game. They have to say that they do as part of the sponsorship deal, but they totally ripped Jesse off, by the way. I'm gonna publicly voice this story because I think it's awful, but you know, it wasn't me, so I didn't sign any contracts or anything. I just bore witness to it. But the gist of what happened is they said, hey man, let's do a sponsorship deal. Here's the parameters. You make a video with the ad spot in it. The ad spot has to come in at like whatever minute mark of the video. And, you know, has to contain these notes. You have to say these specific things. And if you want to do this, have the video out by, I think it was like, have the video out by next Friday. So he says, okay, cool. Oh, and one of the other things was, before you post it publicly, send it to us so we can approve it. Because, you know, if the sponsorship is actually like, you know, the creator like bad-mouthing them or whatever, then that's not good, right? So anyways, he does that. He sends it to them like, he's supposed to have it the next Friday. He sends it to them on the Monday. So like way early. And he's like, okay, sending it to you for your approval, you know? Great. Makes sense. However, before posting it publicly, he has to wait for them to give the approval, right? Right? They take an entire week giving him the approval, which means it's past the deadline that they set. And then he's like, okay, great, done, got the approval. He posts the video. And then he's like, okay, so, you know, contract fulfilled. We did the thing that you asked us to do. Time to, you know, pay up because that's part of the deal. And they're like, well, because you actually posted the video past the deadline we gave you, we're only going to pay you half. So they paid half of what they initially promised him because of that missed deadline. And I'm like, Jesse, they scammed you. Because the only reason they missed the deadline is because they took too long to approve the video. It's their own damn fault. And he just took it in stride because he's a nice guy. He's not confrontational, you know. He's like, it's fine. I'm not going to work with them again, but, you know, I'm not going to put up a fuss. But anyways, straight up assholes. Straight up. And to me, that shot any chance of, like, professional integrity that they might have. Just, nope. Nope. So, I said outright from that moment on that if my own channel gets to that point where I'm taking sponsorship deals, I will never work with them. Ever. Because obviously they have no professional integrity. They have no modicum of professional standards or courtesy. Like, just they're a bunch of scammers as far as I'm concerned. So yeah. Don't play Raid Shadow Legends. Don't support them. Nah. Nuh-uh. None of that. True story. True story. That Jesse will never tell you. I totally get not liking confrontation or whatever. You know, like trying to just like move on past it instead of putting up a fight. But like I just like from the sidelines working on Jesse's channel at the time, like it was very upsetting. It's upsetting to see your friend get taken advantage of. Like that's full stop what it is. That's upsetting. You know what I mean? Like to just like be on the sidelines and be unable to do anything about it. I don't know. Anyways, I have ranted enough probably. But yeah, I have no respect for them. No respect. Woo! Bam! Got him. GG's. This one is 10 with durability. Okay, let's see the other things. You can't take that out now. Yes, I can! Don't tell me what I can and can't do. I'll just long throw. We don't need no stinking long throw. I'll take the durability. Alright. Royal Bow is good and all, but I wouldn't take it over any of these ones that I already have. You know what I'm saying? Saw a blacksmith with one of those questionnaire-based coffee delivery services. They drink coffee, but also use the coffee to etch/reveal the patterns from the layering of steel. What? Okay, that's cool. That is cool. But yeah, as a big coffee lover, I would love to work with a company like that someday. Someday. We're not at the point where we're getting, you know, sponsorship deals yet. But I have a blacklist already. Well, it's a very short blacklist. It's G Fuel and Raid Shadow Legends, but still. You know, that's fine. That's fine. I would really like to know how many people care about long throw. Right? Right? I'm sure that like those what is it? Those like combat specialists, you know, people who do like those combat montages or whatever. I'm sure they care because they can do some neat stuff with that, probably, that I am not good enough at the game to do. That's my best guess. My best guess. But for us normies, I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna fuse something to a sword. So 33. Yeah, Old Faithful, you know. Let's throw one of these onto here. There we go. We need a sword I can just use without having to be like, oh, save it for the flurry rush. You know. Well, there's a lot of these guys. Okay, he jumped. Doing the parry doesn't work if you miss like that, buddy. Okay, well, also it doesn't work if I mistime it. I want to pick up all those things, so I guess I'll bring out Minoru. This is really the best thing that Minoru is the best use case for Minoru, honestly. Just walk over the gloom. If the Sky Islands had pristine bows. Oh, that would be interesting, actually. That would have been very cool. Okay. Now we could go down over here. We'll have to go like around. So in the meantime, we'll go over here first. Get this guy. That light route. Sounds good. Sounds like a plan. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. It's just gonna be a chill stream of just wandering, picking up bombs and puff shrooms and muddle buds and lighting up light roots. Getting attacked by stalkoblins. Just normal chill times. So I restarted on my own profile, right? I've told you guys about this already, I'm sure. I'm sure if you've been watching these streams consistently, you already know this, but I replayed Breath of the Wild from scratch, got myself a good horse, you know, started a Tears of the Kingdom playthrough after finishing that game 100% again. Kind of just slowly, casually taking my time to play through it and enjoy it. Really having a great time with the game. But it has been really fun going back into the depths. Like, every time I set foot in the depths, and it's like pitch black, and I'm like, I don't know, man. It's like, it's just like, I'm just wandering around and wandering in the dark and exploring. And honestly, like, the time just melts away. I don't know how else to describe it. Time just slips out from under me. Like last night, I was gonna go to bed. And I was like, okay, well, I've just dropped into the depths. I'm gonna just like explore this area a little bit, find a light route, and then I'll save and quit, right? And then a full hour went by. And I was like, how? What? I swear, that was like, it felt like 10 minutes. What the heck happened? How did this happen? A full freaking hour just like gone. So yeah. Should the depths have stayed black? You know, maybe not. I think they should have stayed darker than they get, perhaps. But I do like the option to sort of illuminate things a little bit with the light routes. But I don't know, like when there's like also Little Bean Green, welcome to the stream, by the way. That's, well, that rhymed almost rhymed. It almost rhymed. I just, whenever Zelda games use like just like pure darkness, like pitch black darkness, they just do it really well. I don't know, like no other game series really uses just darkness as effectively as Zelda. And then last Saturday when I was replaying A Link to the Past, I was like, oh frick, the like sewers here, like same thing. Like it goes all the way back to then, you know? Like the best part of like Vah Rudania in Breath of the Wild, best part of that Divine Beast is when you first go in and all the shutters close. It's like pitch black inside and you can just see like just some blue torches and just like the malice glowing in there, you know, like the vibe is so good. So good. So, but yeah, I love it down here. I do. But yeah, I think there is something compelling about how they've used it in the past with the depths, where it's like, or not in the past, I should say, before it's lit up, where you're just kind of wandering around in the dark and then you'll see like just, oh, There's like a faint light way over there. And you feel like, okay, it's pretty far away, but I want to go and check that out. You know, that's the good stuff. That's the good stuff. Oh, that's a good one too. Hoarding all the good weapons. So that spot. Okay, we have been. But see here now, it's like I can see everything. So it's a little less cool. But here, I'm like, I want to, you know, there's a vibe that's real good. There's the sense of mystery, you know. Is there a Frox around here? I feel like this big empty space. Oh, there he is. He just he just popped into existence. I need a hammer or something. Let's make it this one. Because if I don't, that will mean no skill will be on display. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Another thing on my little playthrough I'm doing on my own time is I've been playing with the Pro HUD, and I really like it. It's very immersive. And then I forget I don't have it on this stream profile, and then I keep like checking the map, and I'm like, wait, I have it on the mini map. I don't need to do that. Wee! Have some bombs, big boy. Yeah, you know what? So on my first playthrough of this game, there was one time he launched me in the air like that, like he just did here. Launches me way in the air. A Frox. It wasn't necessarily this one. I don't remember where it was. But what I do remember is I just like pulled out the paraglider, and I'm like, okay, what I'll do, he's like opening his mouth. I'm just gonna like wait it out maybe, and then like see what he does, and then see if I can land on his back again. And then he just jumps at me. And I was like, ah! I didn't see that coming. Oof, I was too close to him. Anyways. It's just one of those little surprises, you know. I won't forget that, that's for sure. Something feels weird about grabbing Frox Flint. Ah! Oops, sorry. What I meant was have a bomb. Yeah. Somewhere between a Dodongo and a Talus. Freaking love it. Great boss. Very fun to fight. Would fight again. Beauty. Bing. Zonite. All right. But there's so many Poes there. It's interesting. It's like a natural sort of path. I want to go take a look. That's the way we came from, basically. But I don't have the inventory space for whatever weapon they've got up there. All right. I want this. I want everything. Everything! no. It's a royal claymore. Oh no. I want that. I could ditch this. But it's got that Colgera jaw. I could get another Colgera jaw. It's alright. I haven't even used it. I could get another. I could replace that. It's okay. I just dropped it. I can't take it out here. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Thank you, Ghost Man. I'm glad I went that way. I just realized something. What do I have fused to this? It is fused. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair. This is a silver lionel horn. Yeah, we'll hang on to that. That's fair. Also, hey, Shadow Destroyer, welcome, welcome. And if I didn't say hello to anyone else that's here, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It is because I'm illiterate. I can't read or write. That's fully the reason. Just gonna. We're gonna go with that at least. But yeah, see when it's dark like this, it's perfect. It is perfect. You know, I think still you could still have the light roots like in there and keep it dark, and just like have a bubble of light that's like, you know, fairly contained, as opposed to it just like magically lighting up the whole area. Because what I don't like about it is it's like you can activate this one and it'll illuminate like over here where this like through a wall somehow. Do you know what I mean? That's where I'm like, you know, you could keep it a little more contained, and then have like still keep the dark areas in between. Though they probably did it for like balancing purposes. They don't want to. I know they don't want to like make the game too difficult. You know. There's that too. It is a little inconsistent. Yeah. Just make it consistently small. But the thing is about that balancing is that like very little of the depths is mandatory anyways. And like one of the few places that is mandatory, for example, the Fire Temple, actually even that's technically not mandatory. But if you're doing main story only sort of thing, I would say mandatory. But it's pretty well illuminated there because of the lava. And that's like, okay, that makes sense, you know? Lava, light, magma actually might be more accurate, but because it's still beneath the earth. But you know what I mean. You got that magma glow, that works. That's fine. And it's like it makes sense in universe, you know. And then again, there's Construct Factory has like artificial lights because it was like a facility there, you know. Plus a light route right there, so you could have that if you wanted to. But yeah, you know. Yeah, I would agree. Like it is probably most fun in the early game. I think honestly that both Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild are most fun in the early game when you are like scrounging for stuff. You know what I mean? Oh. When that's just me though. Can you stop? I'm gonna hate the electric keys. Bam. I think the sort of level of difficulty of these games tapers off pretty dramatically in general. Like I was reading a Reddit post where someone was asking about Breath of the Wild. Okay, I just got... That's fine. I'm going to pick this up anyways. And they were asking, oh, well, you know, I've been thinking about getting Master Mode, but how hard is it actually? Like, how difficult is it? Because I found, you know, some parts of Breath of the Wild difficult. That's what this Reddit poster said, not me. And so then I replied to the post, and I was essentially like, you know, for Master Mode, I found, aside from maybe Trial of the Sword, that, which you know, stays difficult because it, you know, limits what equipment you have. But I found that Breath of the Wild Master Mode, for example, the difficulty aspect of it was very front-loaded. So in the early game, there's a pretty big difficulty increase from Breath of the Wild. But then as you make progress, get more hearts, get better equipment, all that stuff, that difficulty tapers off pretty dramatically. And I mistimed that. Like in a pretty big way, which is too bad. And I'm not sure what they could do really to circumvent that outside of just straight up, I don't know. The thing is too is that like they add more enemies into Breath of the Wild's Master Mode with like you know, floating platforms around waterfalls, stuff like that. But then they give you good stuff. Like in the normal mode of Breath of the Wild, you can really only get Royal Guard's gear inside the castle. But in Master Mode, you can get them pretty early on outside of the castle, here and there, just because they try to kind of compensate for the added challenge by giving you more better weapons. That's even true in Trial of the Sword. They give you more weapons in Master Mode Trial of the Sword in Breath of the Wild. And it's like it ends up kind of, for me at least, offsetting that added difficulty in a way that's like, okay, well, you know, it's great, these enemies are harder and their health regenerates, just kind of artificial challenge really, but then I don't really have to worry about running out of weapons or managing my resources that much. I don't know. So yeah, I'm with you. I do like the difficulty, and I think that's why I always say like options are good. I just feel like options is good, because you know not everyone does, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And of course, like a lot of kids play the game, they're meant to be accessible. Accessibility is always, I'll always argue in favor of accessibility, but some of us like to be pushed a little. So yeah. But I do find that like the scaled up enemies is a kind of artificial difficulty, because a silver bokoblin has more health, but they behave identically to a red bokoblin. Their behavior isn't any different. So it's like if you know how to take them down without you know taking a hit, if you know the dodge timing and all that stuff, they're not actually really any harder. They're just spongier. And so I don't know. For me that's something where I think there is we're gonna say room for improvement as far as difficulty scaling goes. Mm. But that's just, you know how it is. Oh, oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah, I mean, even if it were just like if stronger enemy also like they were a little faster, maybe like the dodge timing was tighter. You know, you could kind of do things like that even. Your parry window or flurry rush window are tighter for like a silver Boko versus a red one, but they're not, right? So it ends up being kind of just like, you know, what it ends up being instead is not like I don't approach a goblin camp and think that enemy's tougher than that one. I more approach it and think I'm gonna use the weaker weapon I have on this guy because he has less health, and it'll be a waste of my weapon durability if I use a strong weapon on him, and I'll save the strong weapon for that guy. So there's still like a level of strategy involved with that, but it's more just like it's more in the item management side of things than the actual like combat strategy, if that makes sense. So again though, like I think this is all stuff that should be, I think that there should be options for. Options, guys. Options is good because these are the most trouserless trousers I've ever seen. Just gonna go out here with no pants. Link got that booty out. No. Nah. But maybe. But nah. You know what's funny is that a lot of early this is a complete pivot in the conversation, sorry. But a lot of early Nintendo games have specifically medieval sort of ones settings. Like the character designs. They're just a lot of pantsless people, is all I'm saying. People got them no pants happening. Freaking look at the early also, hey Gio, welcome. Early designs for like Fire Emblem characters. Freaking Marth had no pants back in the 90s. They just gave him pants for Smash Bros. and then retroactively adopted it for the remakes and later Fire Emblem games. They said no pants for Marth. He got them thighs. And then of course, like, yeah, like it's funny looking at the art for like Link's Awakening. What's the pantsless erasure that Nintendo was doing? That's what I want to. Same with the Link Between Worlds. Pantsless erasure. Where they said our legacy characters, they had pants all along, actually. Ironically, they apparently gave Ocarina of Time Link pants to make him look less serious, supposedly. Because they wanted him to look like he had his pajamas. Just to take some of the serious edge off. It didn't work, in my opinion. Thought he looked cooler. Because it's like, they said it was like something like having long underwear. They were trying to chill him out a little bit. Boom. Oh no, Bradley says Monster Maze released his Future Zelda combat video last week. Oh yeah. I watched that. I liked it. And he talked a little bit about it to me, as well separately, as well as in he brought it up when I had him for my my recent discussion video. And thinking about it, like he brings up the pausing in Tears of the Kingdom. And for this, that could be better. But I don't mind for this or this. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't bother me too much. I would rather have the quick menu than having to do this every time and go like to full pause. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I've played games for many decades now. Been gaming for what, 30 years or so, and so like a lot of old school game design like doesn't bother me. Like freaking pausing every like 20 seconds in Resident Evil 4 to like swap guns or just spending way too long organizing my attaché case. You know, things like that. Like it just like I don't know. It doesn't. Don's older than me actually, so like he's no stranger to antiquated or old school game designer or things like that. But like I don't know. Maybe I'm just like easier to please than some people. I mean, sometimes I'm like I don't know. Things just don't bother me as much. It is interesting. I respect the hell out of that man though. I loved having him on, and anytime him and I have had any sort of lengthy conversation, it's always been really interesting. And I think my, if I'm allowed to call it friendship with Don, he's called it that. So yeah, I'm gonna keep the attack power one. I'll always take attack power over durability. No joke. He's used the term friend, so I'm gonna go with that. But I think it's a real testament to how like you can totally not be 100% aligned on certain things, and still be like have a good friendly relationship, and you know what I mean, like stuff like that. So it's interesting. It is interesting. He's rung me up on Discord and picked my brain about things and then I've seen like the sort of elements of conversations we've had pop up in his videos, and I'm always like I'm a little flattered about it, you know. Like before his previous video before the one he just did, the combat one, was about dungeons, and I think him and I had I would have to check how long that call was. We probably had like a 2-hour phone call where not phone call, like Discord call, voice call on Discord, chatting about dungeons and sort of like fleshing our thoughts out with each other. So it's like this isn't me trying to brag, but by the way, it's just like I'm just sort of airing out my thoughts. But I don't know, it's cool to be able to do that, you know what I mean. It's cool to he's such a chill dude too, and honestly it's I remember one time I was talking to him about it, and I was like, hey man, like not every big YouTuber would give someone with a channel my size the time of day, you know what I mean. So I appreciate it that you're so open-minded about it. And he's like, I don't care, man. Whatever. He's like, I don't care about this, that's just a number, whatever. I was like, yeah, that's great. No, I get that. I think it does go a little too far. Little green, little bean. I think I think it could be dialed back for sure. I'm aligned with you on that. They said like the materials menu. I would redesign the hell out of that. Or at the very least, something that could be very cool is if you had to like if you could craft arrows in bulk, and then you could swap arrow types easily that way. I would say even if you had to, and then you could not fuse arrows on the fly, but you could make a stock of them with like different kinds. Actually, no. Sometimes I do things spontaneously, so maybe making them on the fly could still be an option. But see, I'm still thinking this through. You guys are getting very raw thoughts right now. They're unrefined. They're raw, but I'm apparently losing my voice a little here. I need some water. Yeah. But yeah, it's I also would love to. I think the biggest thing that I would do with the UI in general is add more like favorites options, because we can favorite auto builds, and that's great. We can favorite auto builds, and I can pull this guy up anytime I want to just look at him. But why can't I favorite outfits? And then every time I want to put on this champion's tunic, I gotta scroll all the way down here. I wanna favorite some outfits, guys. And materials as well. I know like recently used is kind of like that, but also it's not, because what I think would be better than if I'm okay, I find something for the first time and I'm like, I want to fuse that to an arrow, like a gemstone, right? And then I gotta scroll. Whereas like how I would do it is like, if I found something useful that I'm like, I'm gonna fuse that to arrows a lot, I'll favorite it immediately. You know what I mean? And just boom, easy peasy. And it could be done as simple as this, like you pull up the fuse menu, and then favorites is always to the left of it. Say you, and you could even limit how many favorites. That'd be fine. Say you could only have 10 favorites or something. But you know, we should still have it there. I don't know, man. Just a thought. We'll see how the next Zelda game handles it. There's a lot of little UI tweaks that I thought were really great improvements. You know, overall, like every time you open a chest, if your inventory's full, it's easy to just drop things. You couldn't sort your inventory from the quick menu in Breath of the Wild, or drop things from the quick menu. And had to open the inventory every time you want to frickin' drop anything. So, you know, little things like that, I think it's like good. They've found some good things. Just to keep finding those little things. Keep giving me little conveniences. Thank you. Thank you very much. Also, Alexis, I'm illiterate. Alexis, welcome to the stream as well. Thank you for being here. I don't want a feathered edge. Why would I want a feathered edge? I don't really care for the feathered edge. I don't know. Is everyone being pulled in multiple directions because there's some stuff down there? But then there's some stuff over there too. We'll just do both. The no DLC thing, GOS. I'm not too bothered. Nintendo already made me pay $70 for this game, USD. If you live in Canada, it's even more expensive. But actually, wait, before I just discard this. Okay, we do have it in the compendium. This game's already, as a base game, larger than Breath of the Wild and its DLC. I think it's a complete package already. Like, I'm not bothered by it, to be honest. Yeah, so I'm not too worried. Like, I can hear a truck outside. I don't know if you guys probably cannot hear it. But it did just remind me that I am expecting a package today that... What even exploded? What are you guys doing, you crazy bocos? They're self-destructing over there. Jeez. Anyways. It's funny that people are like, that's the only thing keeping this game going for me. And my immediate thought was like, why is everyone so desperate to give Nintendo more of their money? Why? I already gave them enough of my money. Everything explodes in Hyrule. It's true. It's true. I don't know. I remember when Breath of the Wild that came out, and it was announced that like at launch. Actually, I think it was maybe even a little before launch, and they announced the DLC that Breath of the Wild would have DLC. And I mean, granted, that game did handle its DLC pretty well, I thought. I really enjoyed the DLC. But everyone was like, I don't know. DLC is bad, guys. Remember that conversation? DLC is bad. Stop releasing unfinished games. We don't like DLC. And then they don't release DLC for this game. And then it's like, where's the DLC? Nintendo killed their own game. It's just, anyways, I'm not calling anyone out here. I'm just saying that it is funny and a little interesting how the discourse has like changed over time as essentially it's become normalized over the years, you know, because it very much used to be like that. The connotation was DLC means your game is unfinished and you're charging extra for it, you know. That used to be the perception that people had. Now, whether or not I agree with it, that's a different story. I thought, like I said, Breath of the Wild, I thought handled its DLC pretty well. And it has been nice, like, but yeah. But now people expect it. Yeah, exactly. It's interesting. It's interesting. That is the thing too, is yeah, it is a very like complete on the cartridge kind of game. I think that is a good way to put it, because yeah, like, how do I phrase words? I don't know. Frick, a lot of games, even some Switch games, well, particularly third-party games, like don't even have the game on the cartridge. It's like the cartridge, or it has like a fraction of the game on the cartridge, and then you download the rest of it. And I just don't like that. I just don't like that. I want the full game on the full cart. That's all I'm saying. And then friggin' like PlayStation games, you put the disc in and then it has to download the whole friggin' game off the disc because disc read speeds are too slow. And so it's like, well, then what's the point? What's the point of this even? I don't know. Anyways, it's all very interesting. What do we got there? Another sword. I don't need this one. I'm gonna get that one. Yep, it'll happen when servers go offline. Like, imagine someday in the future. Someday in the future, the Champions Ballad will be like lost media. Unless they have released a deluxe version with it on the cart. You know? But if it's not on the cart, it has the potential to be lost media. Now, granted, I think Nintendo fans are too good about preserving things for that to really actually happen. But, you know, it could. That doesn't mean it's not a possibility, technically. I'm gonna do a little murder down here. For good reason. Absolutely for good reason. Absolutely. Okay, I've also got this guy. We're gonna slap this onto there. We got a good sword. Also, Created, welcome to the stream as well. And we've got Stefan here as well. Pardon me. Welcome to the stream, everybody who's here. Glad you could make it. And let's grab a big one. They're not very smart, these guys. Oh wait, is that? No, there's the light root. I see it now. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. I'm glad you're enjoying that compilation video. It's been really fun actually. It's interesting posting those long form videos because the compilations, like well, because they are compilations, right, of several old videos. And so what's interesting about it is that well, I'm very grateful for the shall we say reception to them. Incredibly grateful, like how people have been enjoying them and watching them and all that. It's interesting that they get the compilations of those old videos get more views than the cumulative views of all of the videos individually. And I mean, I'm not complaining. I'll take the views, thank you. But I think part of it is probably because people are watching them across multiple sittings. That probably has something to do with it. But it is interesting to to see them to see that happen, because the typical for like a video that's like, say, a 30-minute video I post, typical retention for a video like that is about half the video, so like 15 minutes, which, hey, as far as YouTube is concerned, that's not bad at all. So none of this is me complaining, by the way. I just find analytics interesting. That's what it comes down to. I find the analytics interesting. I'm not complaining. But then on those compilation videos, the retention's like so much higher. It's like sometimes you know, like an hour and a half is like the average watch time. And I think it's because people see like the length of the video. They see my Twilight Princess video, they're like, that's 5 hours. So I'm gonna like watch it when I have time to like really dedicate time to it, or like I'll just put it on in the background and let it do its thing and go. Whereas like if I post a 30-minute video, people are like maybe more casual about investing time into it. I don't know. But it is interesting. I like a long form video myself. I watched once a nearly 8-hour long Morrowind retrospective video, and I really liked it. So and again, I didn't watch it across, or like in a single sitting. It was across multiple sittings, but it was very very enjoyable to watch, because I like to have something on to like kind of like something to, you know, mull in my brain while I do chores and stuff like that, you know, while I'm doing, I don't know, a load of dishes or something. So I'll take the long form content, absolutely. Absolutely. Patricians, I think that was it. Yes, I don't remember the channel's name, but that's Patrician. That sounds correct. Hold on. I'm gonna double check. But it was a great video. It was a really enjoyable video. Yeah, that was it. That was the one, Patrician TV. That video has 3.7 million views. I didn't realize that video was from 3 years ago, actually. I watched that a couple months ago. Like, if you make a video over 5 minutes. You know what, though? Like, there is a place for bite-sized, what I call that a bite-sized video, honestly, because there are definitely times where, and by the way, some of your videos have like come up in my recommended feed, and I ended up dropping you a subscribe recently, because they show up in my recommended, and I was like, it was a good watch. It was a good watch. But what's words again? I forgot. So there are definitely times where I don't want to, like, I don't have the time to commit to a half hour or an hour long video. So, you know, just a little bite-sized video like that is perfect then for those moments. So it does depend on like what's going on in my day. And because sometimes I'm just like, I'll be making lunch and I want to put on a video while I'm making lunch. So that's perfect for that, you know. I do a lot of multitasking. Most of my YouTube consumption comes in the form of me multitasking because it's very hard to dedicate time to just watching, to be honest. Life is too busy. You know how it is. You know how it is. You got work, you got, or maybe you don't, but I got child to parent, I got house to keep up, food to make. This is too much. Life is too much. I need just like 5 more hours a day. I think that would give me time to do everything I want to do. Who am I kidding? I would just spend that 5 hours gaming. Anyway. People have asked me before, because I used to do those Instagram Q&As before I changed my Instagram account. People have asked me, they're like, if you could have, or like invent a superpower, like have any superpower, what would yours be? And I'm always like, I would like the power to like not have to sleep so I can get things done. But like specifically just me, you know, like no one else. But then I was thinking about it, I was like, you know, like times I pulled an all-nighter, your clock, like your internal body clock feels a little weird after. So maybe just reduce it so it's like I only need 1 hour of sleep. Maybe that's it. You know, that could work for me. Something like that. Absorb information while sleeping. Oh. That's pretty similar, really. In a way. The root of the problem is still the same, in that sleeping, having to sleep, caring for this meat vessel that we call a body, gets in the way of things we want to do. But I do like to sleep sometimes. Sometimes it's good to sleep. Oh, there's a treasure chest over here. I think I want to go there. But which route should I take? I think I'm going to go around this way. There's a lot of depths still to tackle. Is that... No, we're too far away for that to be the... Oh, it's probably just like the enemy camp I just dealt with, because there was like likes and whatever. Dropped treasure chest. That's probably what's setting off the sensor. Good sleep. I haven't had a very good sleep in a very long time though, so I don't know. It's probably too late for me. Y'all enjoy your good sleeps while you can. I believe in you. You deserve it. Yeah, it's definitely just the enemy camp I just did. Okay, that's what's setting off the sensor. Sensing it off. So we're just gonna mosey on, because it was just a kite shield. You know, so many... I don't get a lot of ideas in my sleep, but I often get ideas... True story. I often get ideas in the shower. And then I try and, like, repeat them out loud so I don't forget them, because I can't write them down while I'm in the shower. But I do love a hot shower. And then I'm, like, reciting the idea to myself in the shower, because I'm like, I mustn't forget this! Either that, or I'm winning an imaginary argument in the shower. Don't worry about it. Just gonna win an imaginary argument that nobody's having with me. Masterfully. Masterfully demonstrate my intellect to nobody while hot water. Shower good. Instead of singing in the shower, you cite video ideas. yeah, pretty much. Or, you know, just like I kind of hash the idea out with myself, you know. And then after the shower, I scramble to like make a note of it, you know, because I don't want to forget. Don't want to forget. Poor Boko. Yeah, what I'm just gonna hit him with this. It's not the flurry rush bonus, but it's fine. Because his health was already partially down. Okay, I'm gonna use this one. Here we go. There we go. I'm just trying to get a flurry rush on this guy. I keep dodging too early. Keep dodging too early. I guess I'll drop this one. Let's see, how's this one? Ooh, that's got a nice little bonus on it. I'm gonna get rid of the rock and just hang on to that. That seems good. Now this guy, he needs to die. He needs to. It was mandatory. Hey, buddy. Oof. It's kind of in an awkward spot, to be honest. You know, a little awkward. Definitely not while driving for me, because when I'm driving, I hate driving, honestly. I'm so paranoid. And so no ideas come to me while driving. They are my brain is solely wide-eyed and focused on the road, like, you know. That is just how it is. I don't know. That's probably just me. Just like for some reason, I always have this thought in my head where I'm like, I'm driving around a 1-ton death machine. You know, if I'm not careful enough, I will literally kill someone. And I'm like way too in my head about it. Way more than I need to be. Way more than I should be, that's for sure. Alexis is getting some food. Alright, enjoy your food. Enjoy your food. We will catch you soon. I cannot pick up any more of this. Thanks, treasure chest. This game is just absurdly generous with the arrows. Just absurdly so. I think the reason, like part of the reason for that paranoia is because when I was learning to drive, like when I was like 16, and learning to drive, I like almost hit someone. Like I didn't hit anyone, just full stop. Like I didn't, but I was like stopped at a red light, and then I was like gonna turn. So I'm like looking, and then I start to like creep forward a bit, and then my mother, who's teaching me to drive, is like, stop! Because then some pedestrians started going in front of the car. And I think that honestly just like left such a taste in my mouth of like, I have to be more careful. And now here I am in my 30s, and I'm all like wide-eyed every time I'm on the road. So it also didn't help that, honestly, no offense if she ever watches this, sorry mom, you weren't the best driving teacher, because every time we're like, she's like in the passenger seat or whatever, she's like gripping the chair, and you know what I mean? It's like, and it's constantly, anyways, just like made me paranoid. And then she would be doing that, and then we would, I would be like, you know, go give me some feedback, and she's like, you're too cautious. I'm like, I almost killed someone. So, anyways, also I have actually, as a pedestrian, I have actually been hit by a car. That's a true story as well. Oh, that's a big bony boy. And I was fine, by the way. I was walking, so before I did this, I worked in an office, and I took the train. I would take public transit to work, because the train station was right by my office, and I lived not too far from another station, so it was a very convenient thing. Plus, my wife would drive to work. She needed it to drive more than I did, so I would just take the train. So I'm walking to the train station, and that's exactly pretty much what happened to me. Is that there was a gas station coming out. Like, you know, the gas station, like there's gas station, there's like the part of the road that's like the driveway part of the gas station that comes out onto the road, and someone stopped there. And as I was about to cross, so I'm like, okay, this driver saw me and stopped. So I start walking, and then they do that. They're gonna turn instead of going straight through. So they're looking towards oncoming traffic and not towards me, and they just start pulling forward and just knock me flat on my ass. And then so I got up and I made eye contact with them, and my flight or fight instinct kicked in, and it chose flight, and I just made eye contact with the driver for like a second, and then I power walked away and went to work. And then I get to work, and everyone's like, are you okay? And I'm like, I'm fine. And they're like, you're tense. You're like shaken up. Like, what the hell's happening? Right? I was like, I'm fine. Don't worry. I just got hit by a car. And they're like, go home. Go see a doctor. Make sure you don't have whiplash or any internal injuries or something. And I didn't. I was totally fine. My doorbell rang. So with that story, BRB, everybody. to run off like that. My doorbell rang. I have so many stairs in my house, so I'm a little out of breath. Sorry. Anyways, it was the mail. And then I was like, oh, while I'm up, just gonna go to the bathroom, grab a snack, you know, all the normal stuff. So we're back. Also, a few people showed up here. Welcome. We got some new names in the chat. Some old returning names. Bonnie's here. Bree is here. Welcome back. Welcome, friends. LMNT. You're in your element. Get it? Anyways, stairs. I know. So many stairs. So many stairs. Anyways, we're gonna murder all these guys. You're off. I'm glad you could be here. Wait. Don't throw that. Take it back. I was using this one, right? It's a pretty cool effect. TBH. I'm the first one to get it. Oh, you know what? It just took saying it out loud. Reading it, it didn't click. But verbalizing it, that worked. What DAW is used for the music? I do not know what you mean by DAW. But I do make all my music in GarageBand, so it's all like software instruments. It's an extensive use of technically fake instruments. You know, normal stuff. Also, Ken E, welcome. Welcome. Digital audio works. Oh, gotcha. Sorry. Now I understand. Now I understand. Three in one swing. Great. There was the Stelnox. Big bony boy. My other thingamajigger broke. Actually, you know what? He's gonna end up dropping some goodies. So let's not get too ahead of ourselves fusing weapons, because I might want to ditch something to pick up what he's got. But I'll take this one for sure. And I'll use this one. That's not my camera. Okay, we've already... I should take a look. Like, what have I got in the compendium / what am I missing? I keep going like, oh, I should take a photo, and then I have one. But I'm still missing so many things. So many things. I just forgot that I took photos of just their butts for the compendium. All right. And this guy, he's camera shy. Oh dear. Hey, big boy. Oof. My lucky face. Oh, he dead. Okay. That was it. Easy peasy. Alright, now let's see. We got a Royal Broadsword, just 10 and durability, okay. We got, oh, that's a good one. Let's see how this one is. That one's not as good. Okay, we're gonna take the Claymore. We're gonna take it. Mm-hmm. Cool. Very cool. Just grab these posts before we head the way we're going towards. It might qualify as a war crime. Oh my. I don't know if I'd go that far. But maybe. Maybe. What do we have here? Just a soldier's spear. But I will just How long have I been playing? Like today or just in general? Because I don't know how long in general. Cause I have multiple profiles, and like for example this one that we're playing on here, it doesn't track the hours. So I don't know. On my main save, 565 hours. On my main profile. Yes, this is my me. And so between all, actually, how many streams have we done? We can do a little bit of math, and we might get a somewhat of a feel for it. Hang on. Let's go to my YouTube channel. Playlist. Tears of the Kingdom streams. This is stream... No, this is stream number 51, but one of them was done. The Great Hyrulean Race. That was like a collab stream I did with some other people. That one was on my main profile, not this profile. So we'll say 50. So 50 streams at roughly approximately 4 hours each. That's 200 hours on this profile, roughly. And then I did another playthrough on another profile where I was recording footage for videos. I have no idea how many hours I put into that. I'd have to add up all the recordings, which are not... It's not as easy to do the math for because I didn't do it like in even sittings like I do on stream. So... I have no idea. At least... Oh, that guy was about to take a swing and then he couldn't. Like at least 750 hours between those two profiles. But probably more. Though granted, like, do you count recording footage for videos as playtime? Because, like, well, like it is, I have to play through the game, but there's also a fair amount of that that's, like, just me hunched in a corner to get, like, scenery footage. So that counts for something as well. It hasn't been a good year for my backlog. I'll say that much. There have been some years where I'm like, where I've actually like cleared out chunks of my backlog. Not this last year. Nope. And then the backlog only grows larger. It only gets stronger. Oh, okay. Well, oh no, I didn't mean to drop it. I just take the rock off of it. I'll just use this. My shield is badly damaged. In case you didn't know. Ooh, I fell a little bit. Another soldier's claymore. All right, I'll take it. Another one with a nice attack bonus too. Wow, okay. What has been nice though is that I've been able to kind of use Saturday streams to well, except I did more A Link to the Past. That's not exactly my backlog, but over the last year or so, you know, been able to use those streams as a way to kind of dig into the backlog a little bit, and that's been fun. That's been fun to do. Alright, let's just call out Yunobo. I ended up actually the other week ended up rewriting out my list of games to stream list. I have a written list because the old version of that list had too many things like crossed out and it was getting too messy. So I ended up rewriting it, and that felt kind of gratifying to do, to like get that list to a point where I had to rewrite it out for legibility's sake. So that was fun. Welcome back from the bathroom, Geo. I don't think you missed much. Just more same old, you know. I'm just sliding down here. Oh, I know what you missed. My mighty Zonite shield is badly damaged. That's what you missed. It's important information. Yeah, those games seem to be big time investments for sure. But I've heard very good things. I'm gonna break this shield. Where's my rockets? It didn't break. Never mind. I thought that would break it. That did the trick. All right. Wow. Do I already have one? No, I don't. Okay. But now I've got the pants and the thing and the... Not the hat, though. Your son Yunobo. Oh, yes. Of course. Of course. I think that was everything down there. Oh, except for that. Speaking of Yunobo. Don't worry, I'll get those Poes over there, too. We're gonna grab these first. All right. On the old outfits being in the depth, that's a good question. Do you mean from a lore or gameplay standpoint? Because those would be two different answers. Because I'll just answer both. From a lore standpoint, I do think it's kind of neat. It raises some eyebrows in a way, and I think that's neat. You know, it's like, oh, like why would they be down here? They're like preserved for some reason. You know, makes me ask questions, which is a good thing. I like to ask questions, think about answers, all that good stuff. So from that standpoint, I'm like, yeah, cool. I'm good with that. With them being down here. From a gameplay standpoint, it's not very rewarding when it's like ones that, oh, I already got it from an amiibo, or like it's a mixed bag for me. So I do like that they found sort of a way to inject them into the game without them being amiibo exclusive drops, because not everyone has a wall of amiibos behind them while they play this game. For example, not everyone wants to have amiibo, you know, so like that kind of thing. And like, granted, they've always been like optional little like neat little things, but at the same time, it's like, you know, not everyone signed up for that. Not everyone wants that, right? So from that, it's like, I get it. That's cool that they added it in a way where people could sort of find it without needing to make real purchases with money. And I do appreciate that they become available at through the bargainers after you've found them as well. Same with the weapons that are down here. It's just the fact that they are recycled from Breath of the Wild's amiibo content kind of undercuts it in a way that it's hard for me to articulate, I guess. It's like, oh, it's neat, but it's like, oh, but I had that. I guess. You know what I mean? So it's mixed feelings from that, in that regard. Mixed feelings. There's some ups and downs sides to it. Yeah, I hope that kind of answered the question. That's I think the best way I can phrase it. Again, raw thoughts. They're a little raw. They're a little unrefined. Interesting. I'm like trying to figure out, like, what's it trying to take me towards? Must be a monster camp that I already dealt with or something. I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking it is. It's going on. It's detecting treasure chests, by the way. I think that if they weren't in Breath of the Wild as amiibo drops, I honestly think that it would be a more satisfying reward, I guess. But it is, yeah, like it's just kind of undercut by that, like, oh yeah, that's cool, but like, you know, I had that. You know, especially if you've used amiibo in this game too, and then it's like, oh, I already have that, so frick, I have 2 Sea Breeze shields already, you know, like. So yeah, you know, itty wittity. It's mixed bag. Mixed bag. Also, Huber. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. I'm glad you're enjoying your replay. It's spooky dark. Let's see where we end up if we ascend here. Also, Geo asked, Zelda's done a lot of Dark Worlds. Where do you rank the depths in the Dark World tier list? That is also a good question.
Yeah.
Trying to think. Alright, let me think about what all the Dark Worlds kind of are. I mean, you have the Dark World. A Link to the Past Dark World is probably the best one. I don't know if you want to count Lorule. It kind of is, kind of isn't. Like in a gameplay standpoint, it's a Dark World, but from a lore standpoint, it's not. But if we count it, I would probably rank it like evenly with A Link to the Past Dark World, because it is neat how they kind of like they kind of segment it in A Link Between Worlds. So there's sort of this system where, like in A Link to the Past, you go in the Dark World and you can just stay in there and go dungeon, 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 you know, no problem, and explore the Dark World to your heart's content. So long as you have the items that you need. Whereas in A Link Between Worlds, there's like these chasms that like split the world apart, and you can't cross them. And then, so you have to. I might rank it a little higher than A Link to the Past Dark World, actually, because then you really have to make use of both worlds. To get around the Dark World, you have to also explore the Light World. And that's cool. I think that's a good way to do it. Yeah, does Ocarina of Time's adult portion count as a Dark World? Like kind of from a gameplay standpoint, but not from like a lore standpoint. But like kind of. If we count it, gosh, where would I even rank it? If I just put those last two at the top, how do I put it at the top as well? Pardon me. What else counts? You know, like there are a lot of dual world systems. That might be a better way to describe it than Dark World. A dual world system. Got my brain percolating here. Subrosia, but like kind of. But like not, I don't know if I would count Subrosia because it's like it's a wholly unique map. Like it doesn't really reflect the surface world of Holodrum, right? I would say like the different time periods, like the different seasons and Oracle seasons and the different oh yeah, Subrosia is Oracle seasons then. And then Oracle of Ages has Labrina, which has the two time periods. That's probably more of a dual world system than Subrosia. Subrosia is very small and has a very, it's more like Subrosia is more like the Nether, actually, if you think about it, from Minecraft, where it's like smaller in scale, but it has like sort of portals back up to the surface world, but it's more condensed, so it's like you only have to go a little bit of distance to travel a larger amount of distance in the overworld, and it's all volcanic. so in a way, Subrosia is something like the depths of Tears of the Kingdom combined with the Nether in Minecraft. It's kind of a weird thing to articulate, especially because it came out before either of those. But but like, yeah. but that's me. That, again, that's me looking at it more like from the gameplay standpoint you know, like sometimes the lines get a little blurred about what counts and what doesn't, that kind of thing, as well. A Knight's Claymore. That's a nice claymore. Let's see. The Oracle games are great. I think they're really enjoyable. Absolutely. Absolutely. I would say the depths are kind of functionally a Dark World, with the way that they mirror the overworld. It's sort of an inversion, and also at the GDC thing conference or presentation, they did say explicitly that the sort of design inspiration of the depths was based off of A Link to the Past Dark World, which is interesting. So that you've got like this sort of very alien-like purple vegetation, purple flora, and obviously it's dark, and things kind of line up with the surface world. So that's neat to think about. There's some explicit inspiration to be had there. Oh, you found them hard. I honestly, they were hard. They were I would say a good amount of challenge from my standpoint. I did think that it was interesting how they differed in their challenge. Where I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, it's been probably about 2 years now since I last played the Oracle games. So forgive my memory if it's not up to snuff here. But if I remember correctly, Ages was, which is the one I actually liked a little more, was a little more puzzle heavy, and Seasons was a little more combat focused. And so I actually ended up finding Seasons more challenging because I found the combat, like, because I love puzzles, so maybe just the combat pushed me a little more because the puzzles aspect of it was really engaging and interesting to do. So it was neat. It was neat. Those are really good games. I hadn't, when I played them again 2 years ago. I think it was 2 years ago. It was actually my first time playing them. They were the only Zelda games I hadn't played. He just activated this little bright bloom. How nice. It was the only Zelda games I hadn't actually played. And I was doing maybe it was more like 1.5 years ago. But I was doing Triforce Trivia on Triforce Trends YouTube channel. We were doing a trivia contest, which we technically never finished doing the final rounds for. It was a big crossover project though, and that he was doing, and it was really fun. So Adam and I were on a team, and we got to the finals, and then we never did the finals. But it was supposed to be me and Adam faced off against Dawn, or I should say, sorry, me and Hyrule Gamer against Monster Maze and Xeno Gamer. I'm sure not everyone's on a first name basis with these people, so I should I should probably make sure people know what I'm talking about. And then the game came out. This game came out, and we were all too busy to organize a time, I think, and then maybe Trends forgot, but but we did the first round. We won. And then we were going to go do the second round, and I was like, it was around that time where the 3DS and the Wii U eShops were closing. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna buy my last, actually buy my wish list of games before I miss out. And So I did. The Oracle games were on there on 3DS because I'd never played them, and it seemed like a pretty convenient way to do that. And then I was like, it also is a good time to do that because if I'm gonna do this trivia contest, and these are the only games I haven't played. Like if a question comes up, and then I'm blindsided in a way, or not blindsided, but I have a gap in my knowledge, so I should play them. And I ended up really enjoying them. I thought they were great. They do suffer from some of the same issues that, like, say, the Game Boy versions of Link's Awakening suffer from, which is mostly just item management. But it is sort of like a limitation of the hardware they were released on. You know what I mean? So great games, though. I really did enjoy them. And it was kind of refreshing in a weird way to play an old Zelda game for the first time again, like in my adult life. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, that I'm so familiar with all of these games that, like, playing one for the first time is like a very memorable, worthwhile experience. It was really fun to do. Really fun. This is gonna break, so I'm just gonna break it on the tip of the spear, apparently. So yeah. Random question, Geo asks, have I played Star Fox games? Yes, I think I've played. The only Star Fox game I never played was Command, Star Fox Command on the DS. I believe it was a DS game. Am I remembering that right? Either DS or a 3DS game. If I recall, from what I've read, it had something of a tactical aspect to it. That seems pretty cool. But I never played that one. But the rest of them I have played, yes. I have a very hard time going back to the original Star Fox because simply because the frame rate is so atrocious. And I'm shocked that, like, when they've re-released it on like let's say on NSO, for example, that they like keep it that bad. Do you know what I mean? So I have a very hard time going back to that one. Star Fox 64 is a near perfect game. It's pretty much a perfect Star Fox game. I think it is the quintessential Star Fox game, but that is, of course, I'm a 90s child, so that probably plays a part in it. Yeah. Great question, though. Thank you. A little Fire Emblem. You know the first Fire Emblem game I played, which is actually became my favorite Fire Emblem game, is actually Shadow Dragon, which was a DS game as well. It was a remake of the original Fire Emblem for Famicom. And I love that game. I think it's great. Like, it's essentially, there's a few quality of life updates, but otherwise it's just the original game with some added content, like some bonus levels added. And as far as like quality of life stuff that they changed goes, oh, you know what? Actually, I'm gonna put on the spear, because if you swing too wide on the Frox's back, you take your weapon durability drains, smacking his back. That's annoying. What am I saying? Fire Emblem, the original version, which I actually bought on Switch because it was they like did some updates, added like save states, and put it on Switch for like $5. So I played that, which is the mouthful that is Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon and the Blade of Light, the Famicom game. For any healer characters to gain XP, they don't gain XP from healing. They just have to tank damage. And that sucks. So they changed that in the remake. You just have to like let them get stabbed a bunch. It's terrible. But without letting them die, right? But But yeah, anyway, so they changed that in Shadow Dragon in the remake, which is great. Welcome change, very welcome change. They added some bonus levels and prettied the game up a bit, gave it some, you know, a visual facelift. And otherwise, it's just the original Famicom game, and it's great. I think it's really great. They added like a prologue sequence of like 5 levels at the beginning to give a sort of like a story introduction, and then there's some bonus levels in between. I think it's like every 5 levels there's like another added level. So it's, I wish when they did remakes and stuff that they did that treatment more, where they really add like a beefy amount of content to the game. I think that's great. Open your eye, Frox. There we go. Yeah, really. That was really great. Really great game. Left an impression on me. It was great to play that the first time, sort of experiment with different builds of teams and stuff. The only thing I don't like about Shadow Dragon is that the some of the bonus levels that they added, the only way to access them is stupid, because what essentially they are only available to enter if you have like a limited number of characters in your team, in your party. And so in order to trigger them for these bonus levels to even become available, you essentially have to let most of your troops die. You just have to let them die. Let them get killed, so that you have such a limited number that the bonus level will trigger. So if you're like trying to do a run where no one dies, because the game has permadeath as well. So if you're trying to do a run where nobody dies, you just miss out on something to the tune of like 6 levels of this game. It's so stupid. So I don't like that very much. Also, Alexis has to go. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. And I hope you have a good day. Truly. Yes, anyways. So I don't like that design aspect very much at all. I also really did enjoy the GBA Fire Emblem games. I never had a GBA growing up. The first handheld console I had was actually the DS. We were a home console household, but we didn't have all them Game Boys, them newfangled Game Boys. So yeah, it is what it is. But so those games I actually ended up playing between 2015 to 2020 or so, I think, because I bought a lot of Game Boy games, or Game Boy Advance games, I should say, on Wii U Virtual Console. Like, that's how I played Minish Cap for the first time. And no regrets there. That was a worthwhile purchase. $8 well spent. So, yeah, man. Good stuff. Unfortunately, after Awakening, I just had a hard time getting into Fire Emblem after Awakening. I know a lot of people really liked Three Houses and Fates. And Engage, but they just didn't click with me, and I think part of that is like they lean a little too much into the romance, and I just don't care. I don't know how else to explain it. I want to order my little troops around so they can go and stab each other. I don't need all the romance. But yeah, anyways, that's just me. Like, gosh, like, I'm fine with a little bit of romance, but like even Shadow Dragon has it a bit where there's some implied romance between Marth and Sheeta, but yeah, I'm just not a dating sim guy, I guess. Yeah, I never played the Japanese exclusive Fire Emblems though. No, I did not. Aside from Shadow Dragon and Blade of Light, which was, even then, I only played it after it got re-released in English on Switch. And I had already played the remake, so it's like, whatever, But I'll play it just for funsies. It was fun. It was a good year for my backlog and all that. I think that was in 2020 when it came out. Maybe 21. I don't know. But then Engage is perfect for me? Maybe, yeah. If I can get past the toothpaste hair. No, that's very superficial. That's a very superficial complaint. But it is funny. What do we got there? Another Soldier's Claymore. Wow. Another Soldier's Claymore. Yeah, I'm fine with like a little bit of romance. A little bit is fine. It's just like, I don't need it to be a gameplay mechanic, I guess. That's just me. That's just me. Is Engage better than Three Houses? Now that's a good question. That's a good question. Going a little up in the chat, Star Fox is primed to be a roguelike. I want to see it. I want to see it happen, actually. That actually sounds kind of dope. I'm not going to lie. I have a very hot and cold relationship with roguelikes. It's very hit or miss. Like, I don't love the genre by default. Some games really do it really well and click really nicely with me. Some not as much. But when it works really well. 25. Wait, what was the other one? What was the one I just dropped? It was also 25. So it's the same. Okay, well, then it's fine. I'm just going to leave it. I am just going to leave it. Got them puff shrooms. But yeah, I actually, like, I'm just like, as this is permeating in my brain a bit, I do think Star Fox could work well in that genre quite nicely. I'd love to see Nintendo get a little experimental with it, because it is at this point kind of, hate to say it, Star Fox is kind of a dead series at this point, or maybe it's in hibernation. But like Star Fox Zero was, I would say, fine. The controls, it sucks when the series like peaks in the mid to late 90s, and then like Assault was good. It was aight. Oh, that's one I've already pinned. Did I see another one in this general direction? General direction? No, it's a Yiga hideout over there. Okay, we're gonna. Have we been there? We have not. Good. But that's it. Yeah, everything. That was it. I mean, Star Fox Adventures was a Zelda game, with Star Fox in it. So, actually, maybe it was more like a Metroidvania. So it was like, just, I don't even count it. Like, it is in the Star Fox series, but like it's not the genre. Assault was fine, but yeah, like you say, it definitely felt very, like, the aerial combat never felt right after 64. Or the flying, aerial in space. There is no air in space. But the ship controls, it's weird that like a GameCube game wouldn't feel as smooth as an N64 game. Like, that's weird, right? So that's the end of my coffee. I'm gonna crack open this fig bar now while I stand in this light route, because I'm a little bit snacky. There is exactly. It was literally Dinosaur Planet, and then they said, "Well, Star Fox, just put it in there." It literally was. You're right. And you can feel it, you know? It's really interesting though, but like I honestly think Dinosaur Planet would have been better off if it had stayed Dinosaur Planet. I think it would go down as like one of those cult classics, you know? Instead of having this sort of black sheep legacy. And builds of it leaked. Right? There was N64 builds of it that leaked, and people were able to get it up and running and playing. And I was like, it looks good. I don't know. Like, it looks more exciting than... I don't know. That stuff's really interesting. That's all I'm saying. To me, at least. I find it interesting. We got rockets. We got springs. I cannot pick up any more of this. We got rockets and springs. Can I please? Thank you. Whee! Yeah, and I think with Zero, they almost had that. Because they had Platinum Games work on Star Fox Zero, right? If I recall correctly. And you would have thought that that would be a perfect fit. In fact, it might have been. I have the I get the feeling that it would have been. But Miyamoto got his fingers in it and kind of, I don't want to say ruined it, but he undercut what they were doing with it, perhaps? I don't know. It is what it is. I really wanted to like that game. I really did. I never bought it. I didn't own it on Wii U. Of all places, I borrowed it from my local library, actually, because they had video games. So everything we do must be in service to our ultimate goal. To that end, we must mine crystallized charges. The crystals seem to contain a mysterious energy that powers Zonai devices. They are readily found in the abandoned mines in all regions. Perhaps these areas were once prosperous mining centers. The crystals are extremely rare, so when one is discovered, it must be kept under strict guard. Glory to Master Koga. Okay, cool, man. Thanks. I'm gonna be taking those. I'm gonna be taking them crystals. And I'm also going to drop this. And this. It's an all-purpose raft. So all-purpose. They put a cooking pot on it. That's very all-purpose. Good. And off we go. You know what's funny you mentioned about different characters having different playstyles is like Star Fox 2 kind of toyed with that where like the different ships had different stats and stuff.
Yeah.
Do I actually want to go that way? I don't know if I do. But I could. Or I could just go around. But there is this here. So I'm going. We'll figure it out getting out of the hole later. Oh, that's the thing. Platinum Games Geo did work on Star Fox Zero. They did develop that game. So like maybe if they're given another shot at it, you know. But yeah. Maybe. Oh, they got rockets. But do I have shields for the rockets? Not really. Not really. No. Maybe I'll just take one of them. Thank you. There we go. That'll be fine. I'll just take one more. All right. That's probably good. Puff shroom. What do we have here? Oh, just a soldier's broadsword. Okay. All right, that worked. Come on. My armor shard shield is badly damaged. The thing is, though, is that I think roguelike Star Fox game, I think that would be an innovation for that series, you know? Like, I really like that idea. I really think that would work well. Ouch! I got stabbed a little bit. I don't recommend it. By the way. I'm getting a little bit bodied here. Okay. Wait, I just realized something. I was trying to make use of this. Okay, everybody, slow down for a second. I'm just gonna pick up your friend's teeth. Your dead friend's teeth. Alright, now, everybody gather around. I gotta use up the durability of this improved sneak strike weapon here. Oh, Okay, well, I'll just... That's fine. This is fine. Everything's okay. Wait. Who's still... Oh. I was like, who's still alive? Not just that guy. He was way up there. It's all good. It's all good, man. Okay, this Poe. He got left behind when I was grabbing all those other Poes. He got left behind. It's not fair. I'm gonna just pick up this. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can in both games repair weapon durability with Octoroks. So what I find is interesting about that is it's like, why is that system limited to an enemy like that? I think it should have been a shop. Put a blacksmith in Lookout Landing. There's even a guy in Lookout Landing who's like, I'm fixing weapons, but he doesn't do anything. So like, I don't mind having the rock Octoroks, which should be called Rocktoroks, and I'll be calling them that from now on. I don't mind having them do that, and even having them re-roll the weapon buff, or any stat modifiers. That's fine. I just also think there should be a guy you can pay to do it for you. You know? So, it's one of those things where there's a lot of things where there's something in this game where I'm like, this is good, but we can take it a step further. Like, give me more of that. Yeah, if it costs resources, then great. Honestly, I think that's the way to do it. Yeah, cost resources. He can only do it, you know, so many times per however long, right? Like they could absolutely do it. I do hope, if we're talking like future series, that's how they tackle it in a future game. And let's say like he could not re-roll the buff for it, like the weapon or a stat modifier, but he could just all he does is repair the durability. It costs money and resources, and maybe even take that away from the Octoroks then, because then people would just do it that way, and have the re-roll, the modifier re-roll attached to that. Yeah, that could be very good. That could be cool. Not gonna lie. Woohoo! And you know what's extra funny about it? You know what's extra funny about it? There's a blacksmith in Age of Calamity. So you know. Just saying. But I do think Fuse is a brilliant mechanic that I, even if it's not like in this form, the way that it works for like weapon crafting, is great. I do like that system a lot of, you know, using enemy drops to create new weapons. It gives so much more incentive to actually engage in the combat and everything. You know what I mean? I just think that's great. Lovely, lovely system. Because you know, I was before this game came out, you might say I was something of a weapon durability apologist. In a way. I just like, you know, it was never an issue for me. I never was bothered by it. I always thought it was, you know, a good way to add a sort of resource management element to your weapons. That I think works really well in an open world. But then going back to that game after playing this game, like the absence of that crafting is very noticeable. And it makes me less sort of attached to weapons, but also like makes me think a lot less like situationally. If that makes sense? Is that, I don't know, is that the right word? But in this game, I will hold on to different sorts of weapons for different sorts of purposes or scenarios. And I just don't really do that in Breath of the Wild. So, you know, I was just never really bothered to do that, you know. I'm just trying to get off this gloom patch here. Because in that game, it's like, okay, well, this would be a good time to have a hammer, but I don't have one, so oh well, whatever. I'm not gonna go get one. I'm just gonna use a sword or whatever. And then in this game, I'm like, oh, this would be a good time to have a hammer. I'll just make one right now. Perfect. Done. So it's, I don't know, like it adds such a great bit of, pun intended, depth to the weapons system in a great way. The thing is, there's still a lot. This is not even necessarily me knocking Breath of the Wild. I think it is like, again, like I just replayed it and really had a great time with it. Obviously, I put thousands of hours into it before Tears of the Kingdom released as well. So like, yeah, I wouldn't call it mediocre. I would just say that there are things that, you know, a sequel should improve on things like that. That's the natural order of things, right? So, or should be. It ought to be. Yeah. Really, really fantastic games, though. Actually, yeah. I think I'm gonna end up breaking this shield. I also do appreciate that, like, shields are actually very useful in this game for different things as well. Going back to Breath of the Wild, it's like, you know, outside of just, you know, blocking and shield parries, like, shields don't really serve any higher function outside of that. So it's great. It's good. It's good and great. And great and good. Yeah, Darren, it's one of those things where it's I don't think that there's anything inherently wrong with having criticisms for a piece of media. You know what I mean? Like, I really don't. But I do think people, especially, it is certainly something I've noticed show up in, let's say, like, my YouTube comments and such, where I do think people, like, really hyperbolize a lot of issues to the point where you sort of lose your argument by virtue of, like, stretching it. Like, I legitimately had someone in a YouTube comment talking about caves in Tears of the Kingdom. which, by the way, I love the caves in this game. I really, really enjoy. Also, welcome back, Bradley. I really enjoy being able to explore the caves. I think they're great. I think they're a lot of fun. Now, the rewards in the caves, you know, just, oh, it's a bubble frog again. That could be better, maybe, but for me, at least, like, just playing the game, like, the reward is the exploration itself, right? A lot of people have said, like, oh, the caves are too samey. I actually don't agree with that. You could say the depths or Skylands are too samey, and I'll be like, yeah, okay, that's fair. I don't think the caves are too samey at all. The, like, wall textures are samey, but the actual, like, especially I've been kind of like taking notes about it as I'm replaying the game. The actual, like, layouts and puzzles within the caves are incredibly varied and interesting. You know, some have shrines in them, some have shrine puzzles in them where you have to, like, take a crystal around. Some have there's a different, like, the caves actually have, like, regional variation, unlike the depths and Sky Islands. Like, the caves are an aspect I feel are really well done. And someone legitimately tried to argue in one of my video comments that Zelda 1 on the NES has more variation in its caves than Tears of the Kingdom does. And I'm like, okay, you could argue that you feel they are too samey, but once you stretch, like, the hyperbole to that degree, because every cave in Zelda 1 is a single square room with the same wall texture and the only and an NPC inside of it. That is every cave in Zelda 1. So to like make that argument is such hyperbole that it's like I can't actually take anything you say seriously now, because you're not willing to look at things in an objective way. Like, it was the most nonsense argument that I had ever seen. It's just factually incorrect. Yeah, it's just silly. Like, so like I said, I think you know, obviously we've been doing a lot of it today. Criticism is just fine, but like you have to, like, rein it in at a certain point where you have to be realistic at the same time. You know, like, that is otherwise you're just being dishonest. Yeah, Zelda 1's great, though. I have a lot of fun playing it, but to say that the caves, like, the dungeon variety is decent in Zelda 1, I actually think the dungeons are not bad. I actually think that just exploring the overworld of Zelda 1 and 2 is more fun than the dungeons, personally. That's just me. I think the overworld exploration is really good in those games. The caves are literally all a single square room with an NPC. That's all the caves in Zelda 1. And that's all they're meant to be. They're not trying to be anything more than that, you know? Like, so that, like, it's fine. This isn't a complaint about Zelda 1. It's just a complaint with that guy's argument that that Zelda 1 has more cave variety than Tears of the Kingdom does. Because it's like, it's just untrue. Yeah. 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 Open world with linear that would be my dream scenario. I honestly think, like, you could, like, just keep, I love the open world format. I think it works great for Zelda. But I love the traditional dungeon formula by the same token. I'm sure that's a surprise to nobody based on the content I make. But I think that like, there's room for both. You know what I mean? I think that what would work best about that too is that if you inject those sort of more lengthier, you know, balanced linearity sort of dungeons into open world Zelda, you have a sort of gameplay variety that you don't really have in Breath and Tears, because it's like you have your sort of open, you sort of have a break from the openness. And what's funny about that is I have found like some of my favorite scenarios, gameplay scenarios in Tears of the Kingdom are when the game gets a little bit linear. Do you know what I mean? Like your climb up to the Wind Temple is a oft-cited one. I think that's great. Great linear sort of sequence. So it's like when the game takes a step back from being open for a few minutes just to sort of bring you through a sort of curated section. Those are some of my favorite parts. I do think that the open world format should stay. But then just remember to take a breather from it every now and then. And those dungeons are a good chance to do that. I haven't played The Witcher, actually. It's been sitting in my backlog for years. For years and years. But they did a good job balancing it. That's good to know. I'll have to give that a chance. I'm always down for dungeon talk, though. Absolutely. So, Little Bean, I look forward to your videos that you're preparing on the subject. Yes, always down for dungeon talk. Okay, I'm gonna bring out Minoru. Gonna bring out Minoru. There we go. Just to walk across there. Okay, thank you. And you could even have like something of a mix, like some you know, some more open dungeons, some more linear ones. Like I think variety is really the key. Right? I think that's, that guy threw a rock at me. I think that's in an ideal world, ideal game. That's what we need. Okay, I think oh, we made it pretty low down on the map. I'm trying to decide if I should go back up this way, because there's only a few light routes to get up in this direction. Or we could continue down south. There's some good weapons down here, I know for a fact. I choose south. Okay. Bit of a coin toss in my head, but, you know, it's fine. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let's get this guy off that horse. Get off the horse. Oof. Bonk. All right, man. Thanks for Little Bean Green. Thanks for hanging out. If you gotta go, you gotta go. But thanks for hanging out. We'll catch you later. I don't have a key slapper shield. I think we ought to fix that. Keys, just hold on. Well, I'll just shoot these guys for now. Here's how. Okay, this guy wants to die first. Okay, if you want to. Your wish is my command. How about you? Bam, bam, bam. Okay, I am going to use this. And now I can slap it a kiss. Perfect. Mm-hmm. Well, I won't in this video or in this stream get too into my Tears of the Kingdom Dungeons opinions because I've talked it to death already in a series of 6 videos. So if y'all really want my take on that, it's out there. It's available. But I think I would, of course, rank things a little different than... especially because saying Wind, Spirit, Water were all Trash Fire, and Spirit Temple... Wait, you listed Spirit twice, but Lightning Temple it wasn't mentioned there, and that's top tier dungeon, honestly. Which is scarier, Guardians or Gloom Hands? That's a good question, Gio. I would say probably Gloom Hands from a strictly like a scare factor. I never found Guardians to be particularly scary. But I feel like Gloom Hands, it's easier for them to like get the drop on you and startle you. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Just 16. If we find something better, we'll swap it out. Case. I do count the Construct Factory as essentially the way I see it. Again, I said I wasn't going to get too into this, but I made a whole video on it. But the way I see it is that the Construct Factory is the dungeon, and the Spirit Temple is the boss room for the dungeon. If you sort of take it in that way, I don't think it's bad at all. I actually think it's a pretty enjoyable dungeon experience, and it is probably the only dungeon that feels like it was really made with Link's abilities in mind. So yeah. Is Gloom his blood? No. No, I don't think so. It is miasma. It's all miasma. Mm-hmm. Hoop. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Lord Nargle. That they are a different kind of scary. I guess is perhaps the best way to look at it. I need... Let's use this for it. I need... this. Great. We're just gonna go over here, scoop up them pose. What's really too bad about that, though, Soren, is so friend of the channel is Gaming Reinvented. Friend of the channel, I would say. Great channel, worth checking out as well. But a lot of their content is sort of a lot of like meta stuff, I would say, as far as the game goes, like and a lot of like glitches and stuff. But they did a whole video on cut content from the game that they were able to find. And a lot of this cut content is like still in the game, like in the files of the game files, but they're not playable. And early builds of the dungeons are among those things. Anyways, where I'm going with this is that the Spirit Temple, the early build of the Spirit Temple, did indeed was more of a dungeon, basically, in that cut content. It was more extensive. Essentially, they traded it out for the sequence, like, of walking from the Spirit Temple to the Construct or from the Construct Factory to the Spirit Temple, I should say, sorry. That sequence sort of fills the role that early build of the Spirit Temple did, because it was essentially like sort of a series of rooms that are essentially built to teach you to use the construct, to use Mineru's construct. And perhaps they felt it was redundant to have a walk over to the Spirit Temple, learn all these things, and then just learn them again. Really what they should have done is instead of just cutting it, they should have just expanded on it. Instead of having it teach you how to use the construct, let that approach to the dungeon, to the Spirit Temple, teach you. Have that be your little tutorial still, like it is in the final game. And then use the Spirit Temple to test your players on what you've just taught them. Because yeah, there was like some simple obstacles and then enemies to fight. So it wasn't just combat. It was like there was some. It was pretty straightforward, but yeah, there was more to it than just combat. But anyways, that's not what we got. Alas. And I believe also there were early versions of the other dungeons too. And what's interesting about those early versions of the dungeons is that they were loaded into separate zones than the overworld. So essentially they were done in a way much like how Breath of the Wild uses its divine beasts, where when you enter one of the divine beasts in Breath of the Wild, it's actually like you go through a loading screen and then you're loaded into a separate world. So the overworld that you can like see out in the distance is not truly the overworld, it's a separate zone. So it's like a it's like a different world, essentially, in a way. It's a fully separate area. And that's how it was in those early versions of the I need this. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'll be back. I'm gonna break something. In the early versions of the other dungeons, they were loaded into separate maps, just like the Divine Beasts were, and I guess alternatively, like the shrines are still in this game. So they ended up changing that, I guess, sometime during development to put it all into, like, to seamlessly integrate the dungeons into the world, which is actually a decision I quite like. I'm glad they did that, because, like, had they not made that change, we wouldn't have, like, that great moment of diving down to the Wind Temple from the sky like that, you know, like we wouldn't get that great moment. So, like, yeah, I'll take it. That's great. I did that to myself. So anyways, that was a change. I think that was a positive change. Seamlessly integrating the maps like that. I think that's great. It's cool to be able to, like, load into, you know, the water or the Wind Temple and you know, like, jump out and skydive down to the surface world, you know, stuff like that. That's cool. That's the way to do it, for sure. I'm down for that. I did not, in fact, break a weapon. I, in fact, did not. Oh, there's more pose. Okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna ditch something. This spear, I guess. Yeah, exactly. It's very cool. I mean, there is a trade-off to be had there. I do think that seamlessly integrating them into the world, from a design standpoint, does put them in a box. Do you know what I mean? Like, they have to build the dungeon within those parameters then. You know what I mean? Oh, that's good. That's a good one. So, you know, there's the trade-off. But the upside to that is that you can have those cool moments. You can, you know, integrate it in a way that's just cool to do. So it's a bit of a trade-off. I think, like, the with the Lightning Temple, for example, having, like, a good chunk of it set kind of like underground underneath the structure, like, I think that was a good workaround. I think they have a good length of dungeon there with that one. And they don't even really use all of the space of the structure with the pyramid. So in that sense, it works out okay. But yeah. I mean, I just want bigger, longer dungeons, right? Also, we got a couple more people rolling in. TJ, welcome. Joseph, welcome, my friend. Good to see you. Crazy work day. Sorry to hear. I'm sorry to hear. Okay, well, let's see. How is it? Just 10. Okay, I'm gonna keep this. And, yeah, that's fine. Okay, I guess we'll bring Minoru's construct back out. Can you get over here? Thank you. Just want to pick up all this stuff. Okay, thank you, Minoru. Goodbye. Yeah, the style enemies, they're more of a nuisance than anything else. We got a bloop bloop. We got a little radar going off here. Just a little radar. More gloomy gloom. What time is it? It's 1:12. Okay. I'd be willing to bet that. Oh my gosh, there's just one Poe over there. Okay, hang on. We'll do this. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. No. Alright, alright, alright. The shield surfing is not working. Okay, well. That was unfortunate. Well, let's see. Where would be our closest, like, well, there's a light route here, which means I don't have the shrine that's here. Oops. There would be one probably around here. We're just gonna keep heading in that direction, and then I'll recover my hearts. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Right, there's a mine over here. An abandoned mine. A got. Or is it a gat? No, wait. Wow. Incredible. I don't have any of those. Just incredible. You can even see Link looking unimpressed. He's like, wow. Incredible. That was a good fig bar. All right. Mm-hmm. All right, let's bring Bonnie's son back out. Come on, Yunobo. Go in the hole. Yunobo, get over here. Come on. Get over here. Damn it, Yunobo. Why are you scared of the hole? Okay, thank you, Yunobo. Go to sleep now. Oh, wait, there's more. I shouldn't have put him to sleep. There's way more stuff here. They got them holes in the walls. He's such a goof. Ain't that the truth? Okay, don't worry, I'm gonna get that in a sec. Don't worry. I haven't forgotten. I'm just going over here. We're gonna start from the far left side here. And then work our way right. That's what I've heard, Soren. I've never really tested it out. And it didn't work just now when I tried to call him over, so... I don't know. But that's what I've heard. We can run some tests here. Why not? The thing is that they usually do try to kind of stay close to you, right? So... Okay. We're all out here. See, they'll like They'll already kind of run to keep up with me. Let's see. It did seem like that did call them over. But then they're also already just running over to me. Hang on, I'm just gonna... So, like, is it the whistling? Or is it just that they're always trying to figure out how to get over to you? You know? I wonder. Will this go far enough? The answer is yes, with an asterisk. That asterisk being that you have to aim correctly. If you aim it correctly, then yes. Okay. Woohoo. I think she's won a couple now, Geo. Should someone gloom hands or something? Oh my gosh. That would be terrifying. That would be terrifying. So Geo asked, random question, side order or Octo expansion, which is better? They're pretty different. It's a bit of a cop-out answer. So, like, it depends. That long throw, though. Wait, where'd my sword go? Oh, there it is. The little glowing pom-pom is clipping into the ground. I couldn't see it. My little scrubby brush mango. Like Octo expansion is like a full, like, proper sort of campaign. Where side order, is more like a roguelite, I would say. Some sort of roguelike elements in there. So they play pretty differently, despite being like Splatoon campaigns. I have found I really do like both. By the way, I found a lot to enjoy with side order. And even despite the sort of repetition, you know, I felt compelled to keep coming back to it. So that was good. But I think just like as like a overall experience, I think Octo expansion probably wins out. It's kind of got it all. It's got great little story. Really neat, lots of unique levels and a lot of level variety, which side order maybe lacked a little bit on the variety side of things. So again, they're both very good, pretty different from each other by design. To my taste, probably I would say if I had to rank them against each other, that Octo expansion would take the cake for me, but they're all good. They're both good, man. So both great, even I would say. Trying to decide. What do I want to use to murder this guy's face? That worked pretty nicely. Yeah, I think they both do have a pretty good story, though. I do like that side order kind of directly follows up on the story of Octo expansion. I thought that was good. The whole thing with it, spoiler alert, therapy for octolings, as I like to call it, side order, rehabilitation therapy for octolings. Yeah, looks great. It was this is great, really fun campaign. Good story. I have not seen the that Figma. Sounds cool though. And he did. Which is good. By the way, in case you didn't know. Oh, we got some explosion barrels over here. Good old explosion barrels. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna take this over here for totally not nefarious purposes. We just need just one hit. There we go. Perfect. What's inside that box? A Gerudo shield. It's a nice one too. But I'm just gonna leave it open so that the sensor doesn't keep doing its thing. Gerudo bow. I actually do not want that, but thank you. Okay. Saw there's some hammers. Yoink. I'm gonna pick up this bomb so we don't accidentally whack it and detonate it, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, any dragon parts always look really cool. The friggin' dragon sword. Sweet looking. Yeah. I'm aligned with that. Absolutely. It always looks super good. Bombs. How many bombs do we got? 653. Wow. On our way to 999 bombs. Just saying. It's a personal goal of mine. We're gonna hit 999 bomb flowers before we finish this save file. We're gonna do it. Just for funsies. Not today, obviously, but just, you know, sometime between now and whenever we finish this game. I didn't mean to pick that bow back up. I don't want it. I don't want it. Oh, really? I think it depends on it depends on the fuse. I think overall, most of them they look pretty good. I do think that the silver Boko horn would look way cooler without the little pom-pom, but the little pom-pom does give me a little chuckle. My little sliced mango scrubby brush pom-pom. Also, Bonnie's gotta go. Okay, Bonnie. We'll catch you later. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you. It's 999 when duping was a thing. Well, what if I told you I had 999 on my personal save without duping being a thing? I never used duplication glitches a single time in either game, to be honest with you. Not my style. That's okay. Mm-hmm. Knight's Halberd. Good night, Halberd. There's something over here. It might just be a rock. It might be. Okay. Maybe. Maybe. Thank you. That's a good point, David. Because, yeah, you do actually go a little while in the game before finding bombs, which is neat. And yeah, they do pair it up with the like very nicely. Of course, I don't think I think fire fruit's a more efficient way of dealing with the likes, but unless it's a fire like. But especially at that point, they also give you some free flame emitters at the same time as well. And so they kind of give you like a few sort of nicely telegraphed options of ways to deal with the likes. So anyways, that's when I sneezed. And now you know. I think with the weapon fuse thing looking ugly, sorry, you got my mind thinking about that. I think most of the time when you're using materials, which is will always give you better results than fusing two weapons together. I don't think it looks too bad with materials. It's when you have like two weapons just like cobbled together, like they're just stacked on top of each other. I don't think that looks particularly nice. It's just the same thing again, bro. But you know, when you use monster horns, it tends to be pretty good. I particularly like the Zonite weapons fused with like construct horns, especially some of the like the captain horns. I think it might be Captain 3 horn. Actually, let's just check. It's one of my favorites, just from a how it looks standpoint. Yeah, I don't have it in my inventory. It's the one I don't have. Apparently I have no Captain 3 horns. But it's the one, it's like it almost looks like axe-like the tips kind of come out and then it's like curved on the top. That sort of shape. It's kind of similar to this one a little bit, but less angular, more like smooth. Anyways, pretty much any of the construct horns on a Zonite sword look real nice. Okay, we want to continue south. It's a bit of a journey up. A bit of an elevation. It's sort of T-shaped. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. You totally get me. But it's like a curved T. It's good. I like it. That sneeze kind of shook up my sinuses though, jeez. I'm all shaken up. But yeah, some of the combinations look better than others. Especially on different things. Like frickin' these guys right here, black bokoblin horns, look great on spears. Especially in the early game when it's like, 17 is like pretty good in the early game. It's a pretty useful combo. They don't look as good on swords. All of the Lizalfos horns look pretty gnarly. Not gonna lie. They're all good look. Yeah. That's good stuff. Little tridents, yeah. Yeah. The silver Lizalfos spear, I'm a big fan of that one on the trident, even though Link doesn't quite use it right, but it looks it looks cool, if not a little edgy, a little bit edgelord energy, but it's all good. It's all fun and good. It's all good. Oh. No need to find new objective. Oh, hang on. Ah. All right. A lot of gloom to get over here. Oh! I should shoot. I goofed that. Oh, what a waste of a rocket. Dang. But that's okay, okay. Here's what we're gonna do. It seems like a safe spot. Or as safe as it's gonna get, at least. Well, remember how I said it was a waste of rockets? Good news. These are not rockets, they're lights. Never mind. Good news, I say, as I am looking at completely the wrong thing. Oops, ignore me, please. Yep. Let's just read this journal. The Zonai survey team sent to map the depths has not Zonai survey team, just probably the Yiga survey team. But a survey team sent to map the depths has noticed an anomaly. Some terrain resembles location on the surface. It's not a perfect match, however. Further investigation is needed to determine if there's a pattern. Glory to Master Koga. Wow, thanks for that very new information. Doopy-doo-doo. Just having a look around here. I'm surprised there's no supply crates. But oh well. Oops. I'm losing hearts. But hang on, I want this. I totally need this for reasons. More bombs? Yes, I always need more bombs. I should have built my thing over here. It's stuck on the other side of the route. Or maybe I'll just build another one. Let's get a little closer though. It's okay. I can afford the 12 zonite since I have over 4,000. There he is. There we go. Just grab some of this. Thank you. Oops. Oops. Banana. Just let me swim through the spring. It's all good. It's totally normal behavior. Alright, where's the other guy? There he is. I see him. Really, it could be 9 zonite. I just included a stake in there, right? So that increases it to 12 because it's 3 per piece, which is very affordable. Come on, man. Now you gotta be mad. I'm stealing your bananas and stuff. Wait, where'd he go? Oh, there he is. There he is. Surely. I missed! No! What's the stake for? Just to like keep it in place, because sometimes I use them on terrain that's a little less, why do I have this? A little less, flat. You know what I mean? So, in cases like that, it is good to have, the stake to keep everything stable and keep it, I can angle it whichever way I need to then as well, instead of trying to rely on ground to balance it. So if I actually need to like put it a little diagonal, then I can use the stake to do that as well and to keep it in place. So it's good. It's worth. I will do anything to take your bananas off your corpse, including jump into a field of gloom, apparently. Not just his bananas, also his money. This is not a good position to be in. Anyways, how you doing, Natsu? Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. That's the, up there. Okay, I was like, where's the storehouse, though? Where is it? It's up here. It's all good. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ega schematic. Bing. Smoke rocket. For when you feel like blowing smoke. Ha ha ha. Okay, so that'll be our closest bet. That'll be fine. Oh, but there's a flux construct down there. Wait, I think we have... No, we have not fought him. Okay, okay. Well, we have time for both. Oh, no worries, Natsu. You can't stick around? No problem. Hope you have a good time with your homies. Have a great day, man. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you. We're gonna dip out of here for just a minute. Noom. Noom. Just noom out of here. And noom back in here. Okay, now I thought I dropped that. I thought I dropped it. Okay. Now that's got 16. But let's see how this one is. Just 8 with durability. Okay. I think there's a couple more goodies up here. I'll take this damn bulb though too. Okay. Da, 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 da. Going around the room. Jeez, I should have started with these ones up here. I cannot carry any more of these. But I'll take that. Okay, let's see. This one has 19? Even better. Okay, well, let's see. How's this one? Oh, just 15 with long throw. Okay, perfect then, actually. We'll keep these. Sorry to my Royal Claymore. And here's what I'm going to do, actually. Yeah, it's a good one. It's one of the more memorable ones, I think. It's good stuff. One of the better Sky Islands. I'm actually going to it's going to be dual purpose. I'm going to sleep in a bed here. And the reason I want to do that, it's dual purpose, is I can recover some hearts. And also, I want to see if it'll trigger a blood moon. Good old-fashioned blood moons.
Oh.
A regular bed is fine, thank you. And I will pay.
Oh.
I think it's gonna have a big snooze. 15-hour nap. Welcome back again, Bradley. Blood moon? There it is. Yes. I knew it. I knew it. Bloop, 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 bloop.
Oh.
One more point. Until something. Okay. Alright, where was I? We want to kill the guy that was down here. Maybe I wonder if I should save it for the next stream. But that's okay. We're just going to do it. Noom. It's all good. Okay, now I'm going to put the core of the Flux Construct on one of these guys. That's why I wanted to grab it. Oh, right. I have another one as well. Maybe I should put that on the other one. Okay. We just warped back here. But hold the thought. We're going to unwarp back here. We're going to warp away and then back again. It's fine. Try not to think too much about it. I just, sometimes get a little ahead of myself. And I'm like, oh, but I was going to do something, some sort of thingy. We got to see Pelison. Let's break it down, Pelison. This one. The sound of him pulling those things apart is weirdly very satisfying. Alright, that's what I wanted. Very nice. And I guess we'll see if it's a Flux 3 or lower. Because if it's lower, it's like, it's less of a priority. To get it on there. Got a lot of Silver Lynel saber horns attached to things. But we could attach some more. Actually, you know what? Yes. Great. Okay, so that's sorted. Sort of. It's sort of sorted. Great. You might call this overkill. And you'd be right. Yes. It's all great. It's all good sound. Okay. I'm gonna go kill that Flux Construct. And then my plan. That light route that I pinned or used a beacon on. I'm gonna save that for the next stream because we are running a little short on time. But I'm gonna kill that Flux Construct, and then we're gonna end it with our usual end of stream routine, which is a lot of Lynel slaughter. Because it's just what we do. It's how we do things here. But I think we gotta go through this monster camp before we actually get to the Flux Construct. Yeah, they are very good with sound design stuff, honestly, just in general. Oops. Okay, that guy wants to tango. But he did not tango. We were not available for tango lessons. Hey, big guy. I heard you want to fight to the death, so I guess we'll do that. Oh, shoot. Maybe I did overdo it a little bit with these weapons because now I'm like, do I want to use those on this guy of all the guys? But yeah, okay, we will. Great. I'm also just going to take this temporarily. Just temporarily. Okay. Thank you. Let's go kill a construct. There he is. Let's go kill a construct. We've already been here. I'm surprised I came down here and didn't kill the flux construct when I did. There's a bunch of good weapons here. This is one of the best spots to get good weapons. Case in point. I don't have the inventory space for it. And it deeply upsets me. But yeah, this is one of the best spots to get pristine weapons, by the way. We'll see after I fight him if I have any space in my inventory. But we might not. This one is just a traveler's claymore. What was I saying about good weapons? What was I saying about that? Yeah, so I did see the GDC presentation and it was phenomenal. It was great. And we talked about it a lot over the past couple weeks, but on these streams. But yeah, I mean I really thought the insights were really cool. It was neat to see a lot of the behind the scenes stuff. I loved how much of a sense of humor they had about everything as well. It was great. It was a really good presentation. Yeah. Up we go. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna say he's a 3. I cannot... It is a flux construct 3. Great. Let's get him, boys. Wake up. It's time to party. Oh, please don't. That's a camera angle. That. There we go. Now I have inventory space for that other sword. I want to hold on to this because if we're going south, it's going to be Gibdo territory. So... My weapons are all too good. This is a problem. Good stuff. Easy peasy. There we go. Slap that on there. Some good pickings. How cold-hearted. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Oh, but there's another. Oh, it's just a throwing spear. Okay. Although 14 is not terrible. But it's not going to be as good as that Royal Guard's sword over there. It was that one, I believe. Way in the distance there. Well, not way in the distance, but decently in the distance. I'll just use this to break this stuff while I've got it, since I'm about to ditch this anyways. Mm-hmm. Great. Okay. Wait. It bounced back? It didn't break? Despite being badly damaged. That's funny. Actually, let's It did it again! What? Okay, well, I'm not picking it back up. It had its chance. It had its chance to go out with a bang. Literally. Where did it go anyways? Oh, way back there. Long throw. Psh. Psh. Who needs long throw? Not me. Not me. It might be because it's a throwing spear, so it's like kind of made with the throwing in mind. That might be why it didn't break from the throw, even though even though there was a bomb on there. That's my best guess. Oh, I missed a Poe. I missed one. I'm not a monster. I'm not gonna leave that guy behind all by himself. At least before he had his friends with him. Okay. Now, we're just about out of time, unfortunately. So before we end the stream, we're going to go do the Coliseum real quick. A real quick visit to the floating Coliseum. All right. I've got some hammer type things. I'm gonna need that. Oh, good. I haven't gone over here in that little nook. I've been here a few times, as you can tell. So don't worry about it too much. It's fine. Totally fine. Totally fine. Hello, Mr. Lionel. I'm here to kill you again. Again. Oof. I know. Sorry about that. Alright, enjoy your death. I'll take that bomb flower. I mean, favorite's a strong word, but it's definitely a place that we've been to a few times. You know, I just keep coming back to it for some reason. That's the only way to get your inventory looking this shiny and good. It must be done. What can I say? Okay. We run again. I'm taking a slightly different approach this time. Previously, I've just sprung myself with springs. But I realized that there's this little station here. I can grab a few goodies from here too. Before I launch myself over. I'm just gonna grab these goodies too. Goody, goody. Oh, goody. Okay, what materials we got here? Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna take this as well. Okay. Don't mind me. We're gonna just pull up a little more, please, and thanks. Thank you. We get some hammer-like thing. Well, actually, we won't need the hammer too much because of the nature of things down here, as it were. And here we are. Oof! Sorry about that, Mr. White. I'm not actually sorry, I lied. I lied. Now here's some teeth. Oop. Alright, 1 down, 4 to go. Here we go. Exactly, David. Going out in a glory of tooth dust. Beautiful. All right, 2 down, 3 to go. Link's so serious, the way his little stance is. All right, sorry, Mr. White Mane Lionel. You too must die. In fact, you get promoted to Moblin Teeth. It's a real honor. What have I got for bows? Oh, you have one of these. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna use this one. Okay. Beautiful. Good night, sweet prince. Actually, I'm not. I'm gonna take his bow and use that one. Oof. Here we go. That's a lot of teeth. He doesn't like the teeth. Which is why we do it. Thanks. I'm just gonna take these arrows, okay? Okay. Teeth. 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 There we go. Poor guy. That did the trick. Very nice. Give me your stuff. Shields too. Yeah, I'll probably maybe I'll leave this one behind and take this one. Okay. Now I can use this. Pardon me. And here we go again. Do I gotta see this is what I don't like. I wanna use a where is it? Hopefully we don't pass by it. Here, this one. Oof. Okay. Well. Oh, sorry. You know what might have made things a little better with that system right there? Fusing arrows is like once you have a material selected, if it just like stayed on that basically until you like toggle back to having none. So it's like, oh, you want, you know, whatever, Lizalfo's Talon or Boko Fang on there? Sure. And it'll just stay on there until you specify not. And I mean, there's still a nice visual indicator, you know, when it is active. I picked this up. I thought I dropped it. No, I just did it again. That's what I want. But you know what I mean? So it's like, oh, I fused a fire fruit to this, and then I can just keep shooting fire arrows until I go back to here and say like, no, it's just, let's just do normal bombs. I mean, essentially that's essentially how Breath of the Wild did it, but you know, a couple different steps. Anyways, we got that done. Dunzos. I'm gonna take this, thank you. Because we need our key slapping shield. Or we got this one too, but still, it's not quite the same. Cool. Very good. There's still more depths to map out. And I got a lot of weapons to use up. But it's all good. It's all good, man. I think next week will, well, you know what? How am I doing for the sky? Speaking of next week. I'm just trying to think of like what should I try and like give myself a little bit of an objective for the next stream. But I'm looking at the map here. I don't think there's really many spots in the sky we haven't been to. There's this couple islands here and this one here. Oh, and this guy here. It's probably a sage whale or an old map. But otherwise I think we've been to everywhere in the sky already. Which is fine. Like a year of streaming this. So, still missing some shrines. Maybe we'll go back up to the surface. You know, maybe what I'll do is maybe I will continue in the depths next week. We'll try and finish, we won't next week, but for the next few streams, we'll try and just finish mapping out the depths. And then we can use that to find the shrines I'm missing on the surface. That sounds like a plan too. You know what I'm saying? So I will just warp back to here and continue there. But that's going to wrap up today's stream, friends. I want to... oh, Tetra, you're back. Just as I'm literally saying goodbye. Thank you all for hanging out, though. I super, super appreciate it. I hope you have a very nice rest of your Wednesday. We'll be back with more A Link to the Past on Saturday. We might finish the game. At the rate we were going through it last weekend, we might just finish the game next stream. So we'll see, though. We'll see, because Ganon's Tower is a pretty long dungeon. The last few dungeons are pretty lengthy, so yeah, we'll see. But stay tuned for that. 10 a.m. Pacific time Saturday. And on Friday, in a couple days, that's the day after tomorrow, I'm premiering a new dungeon design video, which will be the next Link's Awakening, the second Link's Awakening dungeon design video. You can watch it already right now if you are on Patreon or if you're a channel member as well. It's been available since it's been available for about a week now, so for early access viewing. But otherwise, I'll see you for the premiere on Friday at 9 a.m. Pacific time. That's all I got. Those are my words. They came out of my face mouth. Anyways, thanks for hanging out, friends. I appreciate you. Have yourselves a great day. Thanks for hanging out. And a final thank you goes to, speaking of Patreon and channel members, all of these names that you're about to see scroll on by on screen right now. Thank you all and love you. Bye.